Hey there, everyone, and welcome to the stream. We're going to be playing more Phoenix Wright tonight. We're going to see how far we can get through it. Of course, I will stop at an arbitrary time, but the goal is to see how much further into this last case we can get. Let's see. Let's check in with the kitties, though. Over in the cat tree, we do have Sky, upper left, and we could briefly see Mason and Sherbet playing around the curtain. One of them started to peek through, and the other one popped out and bopped him. I think I can hear. Yeah, Sherbet is running around. He has a little trill voice, so it's easy to tell where he is when he's really excited. Mason, on the other hand, doesn't really talk a lot. Then top center, we do have Ember snoozing away at her head on the pillow. But yes, more Phoenix Wright tonight. Should be fun times. Should be fun times. See, Tass and Lunar have joined us. I don't know why Twitch was saying I was offline, but, you know, Twitch be Twitch. And I told Stream Elements that it had it wrong. Definitely remembered to switch the game over on the Twitch side. Alrighty, though. Let's pop on in here. We did stop in the midst of a more intense sequence. It was getting really late. As one might be able to tell by the music. Apparently you can get the soundtrack for this on Steam. Let's see, other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. So if I recall, what we showed is that the time that she said she pulled the body across the bridge was after the bridge had already been ignited and potentially collapsed. So now she's trying to explain that. Those two are zooming all over. I can hear them scrambling around back there. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Well, it's kind of critical. Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? It's just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp. One of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Because they called out there was an anchor over by the old temple that on the day you could see a cable running across, but afterwards, once the bridge had burned down, the cable was gone. Really, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Right, I'm only going to say it one more time. Is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. It was a very sensible statement, I guess. Begin your final cross-examination. Everything he says is overblown, isn't it? I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body will make it across somehow. The body did make it across somehow. You seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry, I was wrong. She really think an apology is going to get her off the hook? Yes. In this courtroom, yes. Doesn't matter how often you perjure yourself, just say you're sorry. Worst case, the judge is going to say, tell the truth this time, please. He's going to request that you don't lie this time. But you're free to keep lying. It's no joke, you're giving sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? So, what we've discovered is that Iris is likely the twin sister of Dahlia. Dahlia was apparently executed in prison for her prior crimes. We have a note that was sent by Pearl's mother that implied that somebody should channel someone and take action against the head family, which would be Maya's family. But when Pearls tried to channel, she was not able to channel the spirit of Dahlia, and what that would mean is that the spirit was already being channeled. Well, naturally it was, you see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? If it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, if it was pouring rain on the day of an elementary school graduation. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. What? By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. I don't see why there couldn't be a way to cross. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? I still think it's that cable. That either it ended up being a zip line or they swung across it or something like that, which would be which could explain why the little the sphere on the staff was on the cliffside. Is that maybe the landing was enough of an impact to bounce it loose? Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Yes. If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. Come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. How do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. Okay, so it's the last statement. And We're gonna present Larry's ridiculous drawing. A dead body flying over the burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ah, you're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't chicken out here. Gotta keep on the attack. Miss Elise Dunham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Dunham. Brilliant and highly gifted. Ah. He has to have suffered some brain damage just saying that. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was having he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall, and that was when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. An exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Oh, they go on the attack against Larry once again. Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ah, well, Trite, there is nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say this? Because Larry saw it upside down. Let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any mistake. Exactly what happened. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Oh, no. Should have saved. If any evidence that the victim flew, just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. Wish they had. Flew through the air. Whoosh! Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time. Oh, boy. Just in case. Odd that it made us circle all the way back around, but we're going to try it again. Because it does silence the music. Complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Maurice Dunham stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Contradicts reality? This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger pointing thing again. Aren't the support cables on this, weren't they kind of down below? It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ah, is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. I think it's the Dusky Bridge photo, but let's make sure. Yeah, you can see this cable isn't present. Okay. Let's see here. Because we can only see two of them. Okay, yeah, this one. Because this is from the, you could consider this from the same angle. And one of the cables isn't connected. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge... Jumpin' Jehoshaphat. Hey there, casemate. Welcome. We are getting right back into it. Guards are below the guard wires. Gavel! The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Or perhaps he drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. Oh... Definite possibility, yes. Almost certainty, yes. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember that what Larice was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at the Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never to come. Never, ever. Why would she ever come to visit Larry? He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice must have been in at the time. Last time we saw the mess that Larry had made, he had a milk carton or a juice box. But we can see two what look like unopened sodas, pair of oranges, but he also has the same configuration of chips spilled over surface. And in this case, it has the look of like your monthly manga kind of thing, like your Jump or similar. Was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. Was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Gasp! No way! Maurice Dunham witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. man, did he actually see her flying through the air by swinging on one of the cut cables? The sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laurie Stunham's sketch is like this. It is, casemate, it is. The fact that Larry also didn't say, oh yeah, and it was upside down. Victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below it. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Pursuit music. I think it's the pursuit music. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means that it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite side of the cliff. Yeah, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you'd need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you had to plan ahead. Lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, give us an explanation to support your theory. Save the game, and then we'll get right on that, Your Honor. Makes you think the criminal had a rope. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Of course, in showing that, it's a little too short, but... we'll run with it. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. Hey there, is it Kaivento? In any event, welcome, welcome. Good to have you. We're playing some Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. We're on what I believe to be the last case. If you're not familiar, I'm Newt Mechanist. I am a variety gaming streamer over here on YouTube primarily. I play games with my cats. You can see two of them over there on the camera. Top is Sky, bottom is Sammy. There are three others who may or may not make appearances. Let's take a look. Okay, yeah, we can see all five. Top left are the two I mentioned. Top center is Ember. And then in the bottom center, we have Mason up top, and then Sherbet is leaving camera to the bottom there. We have a relatively casual stream here, so if you want to chat or you have any questions, feel free. Otherwise, it's fine to lurk as well. Either way, I appreciate you coming to join us. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunham's body. Yeet! How did they make it come loose at the end? Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Ha! And he slams another mug of coffee. Mr. Godot? Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Wright, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? And this is, I think, the sphere. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. And that is shown on the map as well, that cable is not present. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. I mean, if it played out how they're saying it played out, that body would have hit and rolled. Body was pushed from this point here. Whop. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. It's less that she was swung like a pendulum and more launched like a trebuchet here. 10 feet, huh? Most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. Then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Dunham's staff. Even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. I believe it was already marked on this overhead map. Right there. Gasp! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Hooked that body to it, gotta run up and chucked that sucker. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction. Most impressive. And Godot caves his skull in with a coffee cup once more. It's just another demonstration of how hard-headed Phoenix Wright is, since that has happened to him numerous times. He's also very tough-skinned. He has been whipped into unconsciousness a couple of times. And he never comes out of it needing bandages or, an ER visit in regards to the coffee cup. No burns, no broken bones, nothing. Cold coffee? Every other time he said it's like scalding hot. This cold coffee might cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? They did claim that the body definitely fell that distance. But you'd think the autopsy report would have said that, like, it fell 10 feet at a high velocity. It was a dark and bitter guess you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. And what would that be? The aroma. Huh? The coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you say to that? Sir Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. Very well, then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body? So she was present. We know that she's got to be involved. She said she was removing the sword. Don't think it would be her, which really only leaves her, so... It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Huh? But I... There's been an indication that she wanted to do something for her sister. She felt like some sort of debt to her. So I think it's like, from the viewer's perspective, she is the likely accomplice. I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. There we go. Okay. That, and she didn't have the snowmobile key. Rules out Bikini. You're the only one that could have managed it. Right. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness. I like how that has become, like, critical evidence. Oh, the sketch that they were just dunking on Larry about. I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Ooh. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? Oh, man, did Iris take her place in prison? Could that be why she couldn't channel Dahlia? Was because Dahlia is still alive? And that the mother thought that Dahlia was dead so that they could be channeled. Ooh. Gavel! What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... No one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. Why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there on the witness stand, her real name is... Bum, bum, bum. Never thought I'd have to utter your name again. It is interesting how this has, like... They've pulled a lot of threads together with this. Like, a whole lot of threads, all the way from, like, the first game. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, she was supposed to be executed, so if it's actually her, I suspect they'd load her back in into that scenario. Hawthorne. Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. I believe this has to be the case then where Dahlia was convicted of the murder of her then boyfriend, who Phoenix was accused of killing. Because this is when she was like a very active participant, became accused and as opposed to just being there. Like, she was largely just present in Maya's first case, where the accused killed himself. Yep, it's that case. It's the case where Payne lost all of his hair because of the force of Maya's convictions. Blew it right off his head. And where the two of them were just hardcore oogling her the whole time. According to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Gavel. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the crane channeling technique flows within that body. Oh, she's... Could she be channeling... No, that... And who's her accomplice on the other side? Because if Dahlia is dead and Iris is channeling her, then who did the killing on the other side? Because this is going to lead to the sudden moment where Godot says, well, that just leaves Maya as the killer then. That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written here on these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. This part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out, as soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. Means Iris was at the dinner. At the dinner was the real Iris. Then somebody had to have channeled Dahlia on the other side to take on her appearance. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. You even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, it's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Hey there, Misa. Welcome. We are in the midst of what is likely another turnaround in the case. Down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. Whoop! It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. How are you doing tonight, Misa? Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body oh, you change your handle online, and I'm going to use the different name. If for no other reason than it would be really awkward to everybody else. Of course, you change your handle and you change your profile picture, and we're gonna have identity issues. The real Iris? The real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yeah. There we go. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yeah, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switch places. Switch places. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we cannot continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spirit power needed to channel Dahlia. We're still waiting to find out. So, in one of the trials in the past, one of Maya's trials, we got to see him without his mask on. It was Diego something or other. But now he has the mask and he says he needs it to see. We have no idea what happened to him, but he claims to have been dead. It's all very convoluted, and he has a grudge against Phoenix for no apparent reason. It's very strange. Must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Well, if we can't prove that, then there's a problem, so... Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. What do you mean? Oh, she left when she was supposed to be unlocking stuff. There was a span of time in which Iris was able to move freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like this? I know, I'm sorry you didn't mean to. Francisca. Mr. Wright. Okay. Wasn't it? I thought it was Francisca that left her alone. I can't recall precisely, so we're going to guess at the people. See if there's a spot I can save later here. Should have saved it right there at that moment. Certainly not there. Edgeworth. Okay. Oh, there was like a tremor or something like that, and Edgeworth fled the cave. Okay. Now I remember. Now I remember. There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake. Yep. Well, he was distracted since he tends to, like, flee or black out in that kind of situation. Iris was already there, and there were a whole bunch of extra locks on the door. It already switched places by that point in time. Arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. Bum, bum, bum. It's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind. Be quiet. Oh, that's Dahlia, all right. A long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. On meeting a beautiful lady, I always ask her for her name and profession. It's one of my rules, and it's what the prosecution does at the beginning of every testimony. Flip. Dahlia Hawthorne, in my current profession, permanently retired. Very dead. That'd be a resume to get, wouldn't it? Current profession, like in your employment history, the last entry is dead. Or like a link to an obituary. You're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. Oh, man. That's a smug look. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it, for her and for myself. How? She's already kind of called that out. To be continued. Save point. Not like all those other save points. Dramatic twist. Strangle a ghost. We'll have to call in the Ghostbusters and lock her away for eternity in a reactor of some kind. A witness? How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. Let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. What you mean is... Wait a minute. Did you just say that the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. You've got a problem. Solve it during cross-examination. It's one of my rules. And, you know, courtroom procedure in this world. By the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya. Could it be true? The whole plan began with my death. Yep. Okay. Cross-examination. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. Oh, wow. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Did you manage to discuss the plan? And did you talk to Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Khura'in? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Wow. Every time she talks, she becomes a worse person, doesn't she? You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. I mean, that should have been clear in the prior trial. The one where that was fully established as her reason for trying to frame Maya for a murder in order to get Pearl to be the master. It wasn't about Pearl. It was just about getting the mastery back in her bloodline. Definitely, that's how it went down, Von Karma. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. Also, welcome to the channel. Life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. Yeah, they take on the proportions and the hairstyle of the person they're channeling, but since they're identical, it doesn't really change anything. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. Well, not entirely the hairstyle, but again, proportions change. I never would have guessed that I was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway... You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead, and the title of the Master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Flip. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. The pet name she used when she was, fake dating him. You want to know the truth? Didn't mean to press the save button, but let's save. Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? Flip. I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of, not unlike her plan that was only to fulfill her greedy desires. Twice. That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? For revenge on Mia. You may not understand it, but being the kind and gentle soul you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. Then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act on my own self-interest. That's what you just criticized her for. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan in her plan so that she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. Can't believe it. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head, and I need to get more information out of her. I think it's Mia, is what we have to present now. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? She swore revenge on Mia for getting her convicted in the trial that got her the death penalty. I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on, forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. Wow. Supervillain evil. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you'd kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Yavel. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, about 9:30, I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up, put on the demon-warding hood, and I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. It was Elise Dunham who channeled her after all. Okay. But why? That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, and I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... stabbity. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean, no clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed. At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her. Can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops. I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own 2 hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern. Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. We know Pearl went in there at some point. Maya and Pearl. Pearl went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Oh. She gravely roasted the master. I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't get out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. Realized I couldn't get the chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I'd finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I'd misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey. The picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden. It was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. No way. Gavel, what is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Of course, Maya has to get accused of murder in the final trial. You gotta wrap it all up with another accusation against Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? I have to spell it out? The bottom of Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River? Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Ooh, Godot's theme. In cell phone form, I presume. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? I mean, if you've got your own musical accompaniment, then you might as well use it more often, you know? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Beep. Was it something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. Then who is channeling you right now, Dahlia? So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. Flip. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. It appears the killer of Elise Dunham, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. We have no evidence of this, but we're going to assume that the ghost of a death sentence criminal with a grudge against the entire family of the Feys is telling the truth. Her claiming that she has nothing to lose because she's already dead is not reason to believe her on everything she says. You know, given her history of, like, extensive lying. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. It can't be. Ha! Coffee. Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. no matter how improbable it may seem. Yeah, because Dahlia suddenly found herself in the cave, where Maya was supposedly training. What's that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. Yeah, where there is solid ground. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. That half of the bottom of the ravine is rock. Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. This was a point of contention in the first trial that involved Dahlia, is where somebody would have been able to fall in. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Have evidence that refutes that claim? Yes, we do. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah, so you finally figured it out. No! Tanya, it's Maya standing in front of us right now. Gavel! You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard of this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? It's obviously a bluff. Phoenix Wright? Bluffing? Impossible. Phoenix Wright would never bluff. So where is her dead body, then? I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya Fey is this very instance? There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. She said she's here in the courtroom? Yeah, right there on the stand. Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said, I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearls tried, but she couldn't do it. She tried to channel Dahlia like the letter from her mom said, but she failed. If somebody was already channeling the same spirit, it wouldn't work. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearls even tried again the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who could have called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already, I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? It's a very twisty case. How could that be? Remember what this witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. That's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Well, Gramps, what would happen? Would it be... It's like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. There's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes, on the night of the crime, you were the only one. You were only interested in one thing: killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off, and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean? That's when she channeled me? At that time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearl. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. Oh, this is a good one. Good one. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Like how her hair's getting all mussed up. Pause. Maya Faye killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. There was only one that this was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia ex machina. Once again. Of course we can't get through the final trial without more of this stuff. Mia Faye? Oh. The principle of elasticity with clothing when a person is channeled. Because Pearl is very tiny. She is a little girl. And Mia is not. Mia is a very large woman with generous proportions. So the fact that Pearl's clothing can contain all of Mia says that the clothing gets transformed with you. So it's true. It was you. Yes. You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair, it's Pearl's, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She wrote something down and then channeled Mia. She asked me what I thought she should do. Because the original person that does the channeling is 100% suppressed. They don't know what's happening, they can't communicate. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. But why did you order her to do these 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearls didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother Morgan Fey's instructions. Some buttons here. Clickety click. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. It certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. How dare. Button, button, button. Processing. Just a moment, folks. Fixing something. There we go. That ought to do it. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. This is how you punish. This is how you punish her. Hey, Zomdanny. You've arrived just post-major twist. Well, post one of many major twists in this trial at the moment. How you doing? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but lazy days can be good. After Terry Fowles escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. Her adopted sister. Or her stepsister. And the oath of a prisoner was the boyfriend, the, you know, quote unquote boyfriend that she convinced to that she made a false suicide pact with, and he killed himself using a similar type of poison delivery mechanism, actually the same poison delivery mechanism that she used in a subsequent murder scenario. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... you wound up killing someone else. She hit him with a severed power cable. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. Oh, this is absolutely the way to punish her after she has died, is to call out the fact that all of her clever scheming has failed time and again, and that even after her death, she can't get it right. You've messed up again, and you let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. I will continue to thwart you from beyond the grave. Yeah, the dialogue changes and the like are very extensive in the Western release. Did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I ruined your life, and now I'm gonna ruin your afterlife. Get used to it. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. Mia is vicious. And for you, there's no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Eternal punishment. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Are we going to get some sort of spectral freakout? I kind of want there to be a spectral freakout. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. Freaky. Not ready. Not ready to go. Oh, the little Magatama symbol. Neat. That judge is so unaware of his surroundings, Danny, that I'm not actually shocked that he's fine with this. Like, we're just going to get a, well, that was weird from him right now. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yep, see? Everything's fine and normal. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. Must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. Nobody in the court acknowledges it. At least Phoenix is used to the whole possession thing. But at the same time, nobody acknowledges when the tiny little, like, elementary school kid turns into Mia. Very much the opposite. They're like, oh no, that's normal. It appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. There are so many times when there's a really dramatic statement and they pan over to Phoenix, and he's just like, yep, that's what happened. This big, protracted statement. Is that what you expect us to believe, Phoenix Wright? Pause. Yes. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. Stay tuned for the sequel, Slightly Larger Valley. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor. Yeah, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Phoenix addresses it. Cool. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Crane channeling technique. Evidence that the judge is competent and does research? Is he just going to say that he read tabloids about it or something? Isn't that the New Year's issue of Oh Cult? There we go. When he says study, he just meant he got some tabloids at the supermarket. I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. I would say, Danny, not only does the ghost count as witness testimony, it also seems that they consider everything the ghost said absolute truth. Like, no real questioning it. What she said was correct. Exactly, Danny. Parrots are considered credible too. Finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. That is correct. This courtroom is effectively a pocket dimension where sense and physics cease to be. Doesn't matter. We'll just establish new rules of the universe for each case. First, we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Coffee. Gulp. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember that what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and... Having no money tends to be a less than good thing, Misa. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. That's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunham. No, Misty Faye. There are definitely soap opera aspects to this, but, and I don't know how much of this is hyperbolized from a, Western viewers looking at the court system, but one of the principles seems to be that because they're so hesitant to bring a case because they want it to be an absolute slam dunk, it has come to the point where there is a huge presumption of guilt. And that it becomes a big deal to disprove the case that is being brought against you. And even if you get an acquittal, society still views it as you were charged, therefore there is some degree of guilt. And this is why there's such an emphasis put on even self-defense doesn't really count, because there will still be the you killed someone. We still don't know who did it. This isn't over. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence right there. We have to find evidence that proves she is innocent, not that we don't have any basis to charge her anymore. Like, we know the death didn't happen where they say it happened. All they have is evidence that she, in some way, interacted with a sword that didn't kill the deceased. So, at worst, there might be some, body desecration statute that she's guilty of. But nope. She's been accused, so they have to disprove that. No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Coffee. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. It is the biggest suspension of disbelief that happens with Phoenix Wright is the, but wait, you've shown that you have no certainty that they committed the murder. You've just said it's possible that they did. Like, somebody saw them in a situation that implies they're associated with it, but we've shown that they definitely can't have done it. Oh yeah, but somebody saw them and we accused them of it, so you've got to prove that it was somebody else that did it. Indeed. Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. Very well then, who is this final witness? Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event, and will put the final dagger in this case. Haha. Someone who saw the murder take place. Yup. Presumption of innocence is critical. The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's been through. We need to find the truth. The most dystopian aspect of the Phoenix Wright world, though, is the time limit. I can't remember which game they established it in, but they mentioned that because of the amount of trials that they intend to get through so that they don't drag on and make everybody look bad, there is a 3-day time limit on all trials, no matter what. Hey there, Samson. Welcome. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial. Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. Well, they know there's at least 2 judges, Danny. He mentions his brother, and we've actually been involved in some cases with him. It's the Canadian guy with more of a... I can't remember the type of beard, but it's no mustache on the beard, but same bushy beard and kind of sparse hair and blonde. That's something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. Really? You've been nothing but complimentary about us this whole time, Godot. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Okay, that is fair. That's very fair. Often Phoenix doesn't even know what happened in the trial or the name of the defendant. It would be interesting, Casemate. They, in the more recent, I think Scarlet and Violet, they added a type of Pokemon that when it evolves, it essentially becomes a little family unit. Like there's like parents and a child. But there are various forms of it. And there can be different numbers of them. So it'd be kind of amusing if there was a Doug Duo. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. I mean, again, Mia Ex Machina, it is totally accurate. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. Huh? That's enough. This court is now in recess. Back to your corners. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, folks. I will be right back. And then we shall continue. All right, folks, getting resituated. Let's do a cat check while we're at it. Processing. Oh, they have all come out to eat. Ember patiently waiting until she doesn't have to contend with Mason and Sherbet. Okie dokie. Back we go. Back we go. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Oh, it is amusing how much of, like, how significant to the narrative Dahlia became as a repeat villain like that. If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. Why? Like, you have very little basis to feel sorry for her. In the first case, she was directly implicated in a plot that killed your half-sister. And it was clear that she had heavily manipulated her boyfriend as part of a plot. Then she was sentenced to death for, like, one outright murder and an attempted murder, where she had clearly manipulated at least two people. I'm sorry, two murders and an attempted murder, where she had very clearly manipulated at least two people as part of the plots. And then you feel sorry enough for her to be like, I should collude in some murder. This is the thing to do. I feel sorry for my horrible murderer sister. So let's do some murder. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from our father either. She convinced your father to dump you in a monastery. I feel like you got more of the abandoning than her. Just... She needs a smack after most of her statements during this. It's the same for you, too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart and so strong, she never complained about anything. That's why I promised her that I would help her with murder. I feel like you're leaving out a very specific, very important part of this discussion. I'd always help her with murder. Maybe you should include that bit. If for nobody else than for you to reconcile what you've been doing. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Or the, double homicide 5 years ago. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia managed to steal $2 million worth of gemstones and fake her death so that she didn't have to deal with me anymore. Really? Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... Like, no, she ended up that way because Dahlia killed her. And that other guy ended up that way because Dahlia effectively killed him. Oh. Things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean the two defense attorneys. Mia Fey. Yeah, Diego Armando. That is the person that every indication points to being Godot. I like how his little character portrait there has the little smirk and the eyebrow raised. Like that's just his natural state of being. Yeah. It's more one of those, like, somebody needs to give her, like, grab her shoulders, give her a shake, and explain to her, this wasn't actually your fault. Your sister is a monster. I don't know, Danny. They haven't explained it. He has asserted a couple of times that he's been dead. He implies that it's something about modern technology that lets him live longer, and that he can't see without it. And in fact, he can't see the color red with it on. So I presume that he's been brought back to life as a cyborg. It's like RoboCop, but, you know, a lawyer. I mean, I'd watch that, actually. Especially with, like, the janky animation of the original movie. You know, either the stop motion or the fact that the character always moved, like, in that stilted fashion. Give him Phoenix Wright style animations where, you know, to slam the desk, it's arms to the side, above desk, directly down onto desk like pistons, then back up and away from desk. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid poison for her. Instead of conjuring the coffee from right of the camera, he just holds his hand out and it forms into a mug and then, like, points a finger into the mug and it dispenses coffee. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. What is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Dunham, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. Beep. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple, but the path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Sip of water here. Hello, Ember. Hello. Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? The series of events that had to go perfectly to pull this off. I like how the proportions of the cable are the opposite of what they should have been. How, as it reaches the far end, the body doesn't change, like, size with perspective, and the cable actually does the reverse. As it reaches the far side of the ravine, the end of the cable has only gotten larger. Until it's like the end of it is the size of the body's head. I mean, the investigation was as much led up by Gumshoe. The prosecutors doing their part of the investigation always feels like they're doing their own thing. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. That's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Fae. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shishito. I suspect it is chi in the middle of that, but it's a tongue twister. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. Sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Victim staff updated in the court record. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants you to... Okay. The judge is calling you. He wants you to see him in his chambers. I could tell you, but I'm not gonna. And some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. All right. Well then, I'll see you later. Something I want to tell you, Blush. Something she wants to tell me. And then she runs off. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. I mean, there's a strong implication that the real... Well, no, Dahlia professed that she was stabbed. Hey there, Foxy. Welcome. We are still in the midst of the last trial. It just keeps going and keeps getting more soap opera. We've already got an evil twin. I'm sorry, an evil twin who's a ghost that's come back to get revenge on a dead lawyer. This dead lawyer who's possessing the body of the child of her sister. Ah, this is Phoenix Wright. The game, I mean. This is Mia Fey. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. The haircut is Pearl's. It's the hair gets preserved in most cases. The part with Dahlia is actually one of the cases that is inconsistent. I'm still amazed at the durability of the clothing that the Karain school creates. Oh, it definitely does look weird. I do not disagree with you, casemate. Pearl's hair hardly works on pearls. It's like when they were doing her hairstyle, they thought, we need something to hang her from in case she ever becomes like a nuisance and we need to get her out of the way. You just pop her on a coat rack. Don't mean she learned who Elise Dunham really was. Yes, I went to the medical office and talked with her. Told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. Phrasing. Yep. That's why Maya's hair works better. It's like the Hulk transformation, but the clothes don't explode, and you get more of like that anime kind of boing sound. I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. Can we just say by rope or something like that? In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly, so the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. It's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. How many days have we been doing this one? So I was saying, you have to admit, you have to admire their school's mastery of textiles. Like, they're famous for channeling, but I feel like they should probably make clothing. That would probably make them a lot more money and a lot more famous if they exported that stuff. If for no other reason than, like, I don't know, nets and crane cables. Who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. To be continued after this save. I saw you streaming earlier, Foxy. How'd it go? If you're still there. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'd like everybody to get any sort of supernatural shenanigans out of the way before we proceed with this trial. Is anybody going to get possessed by anybody else? Because I'd like you to do it now so that we don't have any sort of dramatic moments or reveals. Everybody good? Everybody's soul where they need it to be? All right, let's proceed. I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. The blood test on the knife. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. Totally forgot about that. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. Were the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, one thing we can say with certainty. The blood that was on the dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Gavel. Please bring in the last witness. Please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. I'm the assistant manager of Wright and Company law offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the crane channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya, the pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunham's murder. This is correct? Is this correct? I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. Was Edgeworth's line. It was supposed to be, if you want to die, you're free to do it, but first I'm going to have the truth from your lips. Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. See, actually, she hasn't been watching the whole time. Maya has not been here. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? They've established that if somebody is channeling, they don't see or remember anything. Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. At the inner temple. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Bonk. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me." Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? Sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Ha. Can't say it was an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. That's right. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. That whole spirit leaving her body part did not look, healthy. Who else was on the inner temple side that night? Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. The day after the incident, Edgeworth met with Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. Did Iris actually come later, like she said? Well, let me think. Yes, Sister Bikini. All of the sisters take on a shrine name. Like they have a pseudonym that they use as a priestess. And Bikini wanted to use a name that made her feel young and sexy. I can't remember exactly how she phrased it, but it is one of those things that the other characters kind of notice. And it becomes a joke a couple of times. Hello, Sammy. Give Sammy a bunch of attention right now so that she doesn't get fussy. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. It was hit from behind. You didn't see the person. But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a second. I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark. That's it. No, we know that the torches were used the prior night. Cat check. Scanning. Oh, there we go. We got a double. Sherbet up top. Bath time. Mason just snoozing. It was dark. It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. You're undergoing spiritual training in a frozen cave beneath the ground inside the temple. There's not even remotely going to be any impact from the light in the garden, let alone that it's a walled garden. Come to think of it, there was an earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. You gotta expect she is an emotional and a physical wreck right now. Thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunham, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? What happened afterwards? The attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think. You think. Trying to think if I actually have it. But isn't a furlong further than 3 boats? I mean, it's in crazy ye olde measurements, so... It is the more obscure variant of Long Walk Off a Short Pier. I was in a state of panic. There were only 2 things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well, now, this is beginning to get interesting. What were the 2 things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. So she saw something that made her doubt, that made her existentially concerned. Nautical units tend to stay more that way, don't they? It's one of the areas that is clinging to older measurements. It's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So what did you do then? You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. Thought this person might attack me, so Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope. Sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. Wonder what she meant by last hope. Press her for more details. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean, your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. I said what? Like, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see, and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. But you testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know. I do have a lot of cats there, Foxy. That is 2 of 5. See how many of them are visible right now. So like I mentioned, the two are Sherbet and Mason, top to bottom. You can see bottom center is Ember looking out the window. And bottom left is Sky on the right edge of the camera there. And then you can't see her, but she's sitting on my lap. There's Sammy. Sky looks bigger than he is. He is very fluffy. He is bigger than all of the others, but it is mostly fluff. There's like an inch on every side. Very poofy. He is. But yes, the cats are a critical part of the stream. When I was getting the overlay made, I had to explain myself several times that it's like, no, it's very important that I have a 16.9 ratio window that I can play that is placed on all of them. And then I need a 3x3 set of those windows on a screen. Like, what do you mean you don't just need a a standard contracted 16.9? 16 by 9, you know. Well, I appreciate you visiting us when you can, Foxy. Oh, well, you know, that's like what you do, what you call it when that happens. He's not doing so well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Dun, dun, dun. Gasp. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person. I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Ah, it takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. Ton of pressure? You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber. Every other prosecutor that's been on that bench would beg to differ about the hide things. Like, that is a fundamental part of prosecution in this series, is hiding things, let alone lying. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I could see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. Okay, the stone lantern was out, but the 4 torches were supposed to be lit. So she's being deceptive about she could see a man. Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright. Lantern light, did you say? It's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training, but they didn't. Instead, they brought the torches out and lit those. You can see they called it out that the remnants under them was supposed to be signs that they had been lit. Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns. I haven't heard that saying, but it's a cool saying. And it's not inaccurate. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time. Save. So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Duno, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. What? It's true. There's no light anywhere in the garden that night. Mr. Godot, explain this. Coffee. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au latte. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. We're gonna get to the end of this analogy somehow, folks. I'm a spoon? Ha! Spoony Bard! I'm no Spoony Bard, I'll have you know. Anybody play the game that comes from? Final Fantasy IV. Tella the Sage freaking out at Edward the Bard. I can't remember what, I don't know what the actual, like, the original Japanese line was, but he calls him a spoony bard. Because he blames him for the death of his daughter. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What did you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick? May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that Maya that would have that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Fay saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Objection.
Wright, do you have any idea what you're proposing? Coffee. How could she have seen in the dark? There were no other light sources at the scene. There are some things you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Did you see who the killer was in the dark? Or you did see who the killer was in the dark. And now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother? Only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ah, you talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It's like half of that saying came through. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? Save screen. Calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Show me what you got. Who was the person she saw in the darkness? Can't have been. Can't have been. I mean, Larry can't have. He was across the ravine. Edgeworth wasn't there. So it has to be an object. Oh. Wild guess. I'm going to say she saw herself. No. Bonk. What is visible in the dark? So it would be something bright. The hood? A hood? Oh. I'm running through these just to be sure because we have been burned by this before, where the opening phrase that happens right after saying something is identical to a "you guessed wrong." That was super frustrating when it happened. Misty Faye's image obscured by gravy. It'd have to be something bright. I mean, they show the Magatama as glowing, but... Hello, Sky. Hello. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Godot has glow-in-the-dark eyes. Ah! Hey, make up your mind, Sky. This guy is approaching troublemaker mode here, so I've got to make sure that I give him some pets. He'll go around and he'll try to wreck some of the cameras if I don't. The cameras 1, 2, and 4 are vulnerable to interference from Sky. He'll reach up and he'll grab them and twist them around sometimes. He'll rub his face across the lens. That's why this camera often looks blurrier than the others once it gets done loading. Because he'll have rubbed his nose and cheek against the lens. That's Sammy, by the way. Giving Sky some chin scratches. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? Actually, they did show this before. There was the lights went out in the courtroom, and you could just see the visor on Godot. What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. But it can't be. Oh, that's sinister, isn't it? That's very cool, though. It's a nice bit of deduction, Trite. Hey there, Samboy. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've been playing this one for a while. And it's been a good ride. This is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Bum, bum, bum. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Samboy. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Coffee. Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya. I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man, for a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the... Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Silence, Judge. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. All right. Gavel. Let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Well, he wasn't wearing any clothes, Your Honor. Didn't realize until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone. Okay, so the torches were lit after the fact. All of the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yeah, that's it. Definitely that. You need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said, no need to apologize. You're utterly exhausted. Only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. And then the person that carried you into the inner temple could only have been the killer. That's what I think, too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? Killer probably lit them, since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true, it's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. In a carefully removed rectangle. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple. They're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. What kind of shovels do they have there? And what are they made of? I mean, I get that I would find it heavy and hard to use, but way too heavy for me to use is... I mean, is the whole thing cast iron or something? build our shovels to last. They're entirely made of tungsten. Odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? There's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed into the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloodied snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. They've just scooped up the snow that was stained with blood. There are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all of that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Alright, let's see here. What do we got? Does she know it was done alone? So we know this is what the victim was stabbed with. have been just to hide the bloody snow because the lantern still had blood all over it. Try presenting the lantern again here. Nope. Very generic statement with no stoppage of the music. Oh, okay. This is the set we've come back around to this one. Every now and then they do this to you, where you have to press again after pressing others. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me, for my sake. Hiding it for you. Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. I'm sure of it. Certainly an important piece of information. Add it to your testimony. They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right? I suppose that's true. And if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Sister of Karain killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. So it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you? I think that's the case, because they could have, like, smeared more blood on the lantern then, too, wouldn't they? There we go. The body of Elise Dunham was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern? You're right. Gavel, gavel, gavel. But Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. But if that's the case, you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. I think I should save the game, Your Honor. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood? To pin the crime. Okay, I don't get this one, but there's only one reason. One as obvious as Gina Armstrong in a thong on the Riviera. The killer was trying to pin the crime on Maya. Huh? Nick, I shouldn't have to be the one to tell you this, but if the killer had meant to put the blame on me, then why didn't the killer leave the crime scene as it was? Oh. Again, you've been pointing that finger where it doesn't belong. Killer wrote it. Only one reason, and it's easier to spot than Sister Bikini and a bikini. Okay, how many of those do they have? Because the killer is the one who wrote it. What? Nope. This comes back around to Godot, actually. Godot didn't see the writing on the lantern. Prosecutor Godot, early in this trial you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. That doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. No way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. And Godot was the one that was investigating the garden, too. You're right. There's no way any normal person would, but a cyborg. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. Who would that be? Guy who failed to notice it last time. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I'd like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poisoning case at Trebienne. This is the apron of the delightful Miss Bird was wearing, and somehow spilled coffee on. Oh, I didn't remember this, but yeah, he didn't notice the ketchup either. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain? Play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup. Because it was red. Ha! It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? You admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Wonder if that's why Misty Faye's amulet is laying there, too. Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I'm sure there's a joke there. Wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. This kind of thing has never happened before. A prosecutor being convicted of murder in this court? Preposterous. Finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Faye. Gavel. It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. Ah. They have to go through an intense, emotional trial before they start to become a good person. Edgeworth and Francisca, both of them are converging on it. Francisca just has a fetish. Von Karma. Let's see. Von Karma turned out to be evil to the core, Manfred. And now Godot might be a murderer as well. You figure it came in a red bottle and was right next to something else? Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. That's rich. Do go on, Trite. Answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Okay. So the whole cup of steak sauce thing was just... how did you not stop? There were so many clues. Why didn't he just take that area? Could it be he couldn't see where the blood was? The killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. Never heard of a color blindness that makes it white. He had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? I like how Maya's just standing there still. Wait, just wait a minute. Maya? What is it, witness? That's true, that's true. If it is like an if we're talking full electronic signals to his optic nerves instead of it being like an actual a lens over his eyes, then it could be that it just interprets red as white, you know? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya, you can't testify to something like that. What do you mean? After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. Oh, that's right. She channeled Dahlia. First she channeled Maya, then she channeled Dahlia. Afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. No mercy for the judge. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add my testimony to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Do you plan to cover up for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Nicely done, Trite. I really want to know what his grudge is, because it is persistent. And it's not like a hot revenge, you know, where he's actively sabotaging him, like coming right for him. It's like he's getting involved in these cases to needle him constantly. It's not a I'll see you dead, it's I'll see you very annoyed for a protracted period of time. It's less of a revenge served cold and more of a revenge served microwave reheated over the course of several days. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Oh. The fact that it's even witnesses are allowed to physically assault the defense and it's fine. During the circus trial, the acrobat in the wheelchair, his little animal companions would occasionally fly up and like peck at Phoenix's forehead. Of course, you know, Francisca's whole thing. Godot chucking coffee at him. All of that's perfectly okay. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. Pearlie was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first and cheered her right up. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Fay. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best thing to say when you're under oath. Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot. Let's just move on with cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but, well, Mr. Wright, let's get this cross-examination started. Maya is filled with determination. So where do you think Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room, next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elise Dunham. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has two structures, the training room and the spare prep room. There's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. There's a storage shack, too. Rose was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a storage shack all that closely? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. That's fair. You know, if there was a potential place full of stuff she could steal, Maya would be on it. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge? What do you mean? It's just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple. So it was your first time on the inner temple side, Mr. Godot. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So you had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. Well, I cross-examine Maya, that is. Then Mr. Godot found Pearly and cheered her right up. He cheered her up. That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha! Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tuned combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody writing. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fey, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Gravy-stained pitcher. Western taste. Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Godot just say now? I just found a proverbial weak spot. Only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? Must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunham. Oh. He said it was the picture of Misty Fey surrounded by gravy. That means he knew that it was Misty Fey before it had been gravied. But it had been gravied after the killing, before he supposedly arrived. We're going to try it right here. And I do like that I just verbed gravy. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. I like how he's got a scroll still covered in gravy. Like he's holding it up. Hey there, Ella. Welcome. Godot is interesting. If for no other reason than how mysterious the character is. With the others, it's much more kind of their gimmick. Like how they be, like what their, how they go about the same sort of behavior as all the prosecutors do. Godot has the added layer of, how does he know Phoenix, and why does he have this grudge? And also, why is he a cyborg? But yes, welcome to the channel. The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have known, and you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Fey. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, it's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Fey. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Mutter, 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 mutter. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? Yes. This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew about the plan? Oh, and I can't save it. Opened once before. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. Yep. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. And that was... when was that? Save it in case they ambush me with another choice here. During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would have been the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center? Yes, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor, such as Mr. Godot. Yavel. What brings you to the channel, Ella? Was it the game being played? Mr. Godot, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you. You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Well, see, that sounds like a cool statement. He's not going off on some really weird analogy. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is... Okay, there we go. There we go. He just Godot'd it. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. And then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness? That's right. Yup. You're accusing me of a crime. I have to ask you, why would I do this? I had kind of assumed that it powered his visor in some way. Some sort of coffee-fueled, cyber biotech combo. This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. Maybe he sought to protect Maya because of his devotion to Mia? Got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress. Killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You've figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it. Save in case my theory is way off again. Very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Come on. Correct button. There we go. A very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she's Mia Fey's only sister. Gasp. Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney? With your honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. Oh, there's some backhand shade there, isn't there? Real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Fowles killed himself. You still have to respect the soundtrack to the Phoenix Wright games. They did a good job. Mia Fey's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. I like how, despite all of the evidence that was starting to converge on Dahlia during that they didn't bring charges against her. They're just like, oh, well, that guy died. Case closed. However, there's one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando. He has the sort of name that you really expect there to be a pause and a dramatic stinger every time it's said. A senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Fowles killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. That moment right there. Where he just straight up just obliterates that coffee cup in his grip. It doesn't crumple under his grip. It doesn't, like, smash inward as the weaker spots give out. It explodes. He has some sort of secret killing palm technique that he deployed on that cup. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure sweetheart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. How was it different in the DS version, Ella? And one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Oh, he's the prosecutor that she poisoned. Or he's the lawyer she poisoned. Neat. I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. I didn't even see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing more than a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. Well, I could see the optic nerve damage, but the hair turning white is pure anime. Like, it's not impossible, it's just definitely anime. The equivalent would be if he got a witch's streak from it, you know? That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. You were asleep for 5 years? Well, maybe that's why he has to continuously drink coffee. The smell of the coffee is the only thing that keeps him awake. If he ever stops, he'll drop into a coma again. The worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. And the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. The way that sentence was delivered, you kind of have to feel that spiking the coffee was part of the reason that he hated her. Not like how spiking the coffee came first in the sentence. So, you know, that nearly killed me by spiking the coffee would feel like it was more about being killed. What's that what they said? I can't remember now. Oh, Mia, she didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. It's for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. I also noticed he's not wearing the badge. Not the little circular defense attorney badge, but the prosecutors should have a badge too. A different badge. I may ask, what were your 2 reasons? The first was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would never have died, much less the way she did. Ooh. Very different music. You were the only one who was there to protect her. Ah, okay. His chauvinism protocols have kicked in again. But you let her die. It was all your fault. Wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. You mean me. You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean, officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. He said that the Master of Kurain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. You want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was? Look at this staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use the sword to protect you from Morgan Fey, if necessary. I feel like we're leaving out a very obvious step that they could have taken, and that's intercept the plans and don't let them, come into play. Like we found out this information and we intercepted a murder plot. Restrict Morgan's access to her family. They could have done that instead of this counter murder plot. I feel like that would have been simpler. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Not a good plan. Their whole counter plan seemed to as much hinge around letting it start to happen. It is one of those plots that If you've ever seen that pitch meeting YouTube channel, it's got that, but why didn't they do that? So that the story could happen. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? Oh, interesting, interesting. So that is why Misty, acting as Elise at that time, tried to get Pearls to come with her to practice to read stuff, to practice reading. But Pearls slipped off to try to perform the plot described in the letter. And that's when they decided that they had lost control of Pearls and proceeded to their backup plan. I mean, still convoluted and indirect, but it does tie in with the way they presented the story so far. We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. What are you going to do tonight? Yeah. Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. Yep. That was Misty trying to pull her out of the plot, to take her out of to remove her from the situation at the critical moment. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Fey had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Karain, Misty's Fey's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fey wouldn't be able to. Gasp! Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fey. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to Wright. Huh? There's no doubt about it, you're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. Okay, so they're... Oh, you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Easy. Maya, did you see him now? Now that this has all been brought into light, Maya, did you see Godot kill Misty, your attacker? Yes? Okay, done. But we can't do that. Who killed the victim? Two possible suspects now. Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Trite? I mean, that's what she started with. So, I don't know who I saw. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. Nick, please don't. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. Like, you saying that on the witness stand implicates Godot. It really does. I have to protect him. Protect him from what? Oh, you mean the accusation of murder? Why do you need to protect him from the accusation of murder, Maya? We've already implicated him very heavily in it, and you needing to protect him is another nail in his coffin. I can't testify against him. After all, I mean, you're on the witness stand. Everything you say is testimony. In this world. He's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye. Your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. Sure, you're right. I'm ready. All right, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights, 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. The knife, which it will be Godot's blood on the knife. Suddenly, the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, Trite, even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Proceed. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right, I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sound of their breathing and movement, and also the smell of blood. Witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. What did you do? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights? Yes, I think so. But can we present the knife? Nope. It's not contradictory, it's technically supporting, and it would be helpful. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably just at that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. It was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. Sometimes it is, Ella. Sometimes it has a bad logical leap that you have to make at the right moment to get it to go. But I suspect even if it were that easy at the first point, that it would, like, spiral off for a little bit yet. Exactly see it, but you could tell by their breathing and movement. Also, the smell of blood. Yep. Move, it was dark. Red lights were still visible. lights went out? Yes. Suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could it mean? The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight. Maybe the mask was damaged. Maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right? Maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working. The LEDs went out. Oh. Like, doesn't that mean they're working? No, it just makes it look cool. What do you mean by just at that moment? You mean the moment when the red lights went out? That's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? That scream came from the killer? That's got to be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. The killer let out a scream of pain, huh? I'd always figured that that she used Nick because they wanted to have like a diminutive for her to call him, but since they called him Phoenix, that there wasn't a really perfect diminutive from that, so she says Nick, you know? At least that was my assumption. After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Mr. Wright? It seems to make sense to me. Save. Sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. Makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. When the judge is more aware than normal. Remember the testimony she just gave, before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade in the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. One thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon. Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike the killer? The very obvious knife at the scene? That had very clearly been used on some, human? Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. The detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this. Drink of water. Couple of drinks of water. Phoenix Wright is a very narration-heavy game as far as, my throat is concerned. Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on that dagger could have been that from the victim. Well, we know it wasn't from the victim. The tests show that. If you forgot, the blood has already been tested. Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must have been the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. In a way, it's a callback to the Edgeworth von Karma trial, where it turns out that Manfred has a bullet lodged in his arm. I just have to remember to drink more often, casemate, so it doesn't get all sore as fast. You're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analysis of the blood could prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. I was still disappointed when Gumshoe kept saying, you know, scientifically, scientifically, when they were investigating and talking about the forensics team, that Emma didn't make another appearance. That would have been just excellent for this, like, reconvergence of characters. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Is this the end? Have I done it? No, there's going to be at least one more sudden twist. Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Science? Ah. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. Huh. Interesting. It does feel like the right moment to be... Do you think I'm that dumb? Yes. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There's already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right, then, witness, continue your testimony. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Should have been her shouting objection, as opposed to hold it. Interesting. The idea that Emma was added later for the 3DS edition does kind of line up, because the series of cases with Emma involve a lot more tech than was shown in the other cases. In fact, all of the other cases. 3D animations and extra tools and whatnot. This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. Yeah. That would have been cool, wouldn't it, Ella? But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Ah, Maya. Oh, yeah. Maybe he just changed his clothes. That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there. That's right. Once the bridge was fixed and the police headed over to the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. There's our twist. Gavel. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anybody have brought a change of clothes? I mean, their plan B was would kind of lead to violence, so they might have accounted for the violence. Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Oh. Maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. See, that's how she knew it was a man. He wouldn't get any blood on them. That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. Maybe your cyborg visor also accounts for thermal improvements. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Huh. So that's all you've got? I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Irk. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. That does seem to be the, So, him being like, oh, you weren't there to protect her is kind of meh as a motive for a character that's supposed to be that sharp. But the idea of him resenting him as Mia's successor. Like, you're not good enough to step into her shoes, I think is a strong motivation for Godot. Like, there's aspects of that visible, and it's better than the you didn't protect her kind of thing. Come on, Trite, can you do it or not? Gavel. How about it, Mr. Wright? Save. You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got even one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. That's good. A fighter till the bitter end. It's one piece of evidence that can prove your point. So why don't we go for the unlimited penalty? Trying to pressure me, Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing. I do. At a time like this, it's simple. You gotta think outside the box. One thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had gotten cut by a dagger, there should have been bloodstains on his clothes. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. It's on his face, on his eyes. Like, through the visor or something like that. It's the classic aspect that the judge really has no power. His entire purpose is to bang the gavel and deliver a verdict. At no other point in the trial is he allowed to gainsay a prosecutor. That was especially true in the Manfred cases. My last stand. I don't need to think about why there are no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. End of the line. Final stop. Let's hear what you've got. Keep saving it. Keep doing the normal Phoenix Wright gameplay mechanic. I know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to know. No, no. Never be half the lawyer, isn't that right? What was that just now? Okay, that's... There have been a couple of them where I've learned that is like, be careful of bailing out too soon, because sometimes it can be almost identical to a you failed call out. It can't be. You're living on through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? Do you have a dagger wound under there somewhere? Then I'd say this whole case is solved. Oh, wow. His eyeballs exploded. Coffee. Cameras are misbehaving. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. And they also showed with Mia's ghost image there. Mia's a good inch taller than Phoenix. Mia is a big woman. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. By eating it. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. Extending the grudge back that far also helps. But you didn't care. You just kept on living your pathetic happy-go-lucky life. You know, now that I've actually played through, well, I am finishing up the whole trilogy. Um, I may actually sit down and watch the anime. I saw it released, but because I hadn't played the other games, it's like, You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. Gumshoe is built like a rectangle, you know? You yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshnesses of reality. You were poisoned and in a coma. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. That, are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. Wow. Godot really has the most self-awareness of just about all of the characters so far. Edgeworth does come close, but it's not this explicit. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. You know why? The real reason? He also didn't talk to Maya? Like, go to them and say, there's a murder plot against Maya? It's gonna happen at this location, don't go there? We'll get the police involved and head them off? Why? But then the story couldn't happen. I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what was left of my own broken soul. Godot is a walking incarnation of the opening of a stereotypical detective movie, like a noir-style detective movie. Every time he speaks, the whole screen should go grayscale or sepia, and it should just be him narrating. He's a very, and that's when she came into my office kind of guy. He's trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. This is true. I mean, like we were just saying, you know, a envisioning of RoboCop, but as a lawyer, I would be all over that. Why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Like, this man has an arc. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. I like how the judge is just like, what has this become? He's just staring blankly in the background like, I have lost control of this room entirely. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? I mean, alternately, he's just engrossed in his programs at this point. That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. It could have been Misty Fey, or even that little girl. I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Stabbity. We've gone from increasingly large, you know, weapons of war for Gumshoe, and now we're on to ridiculous footwear, huh? I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Was I really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Fey? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? It would have been simply a desire for revenge. And now I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off, as a true defender of the people. Mr. Godot. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. It's actually pretty easy to envisage Gumshoe with like a bandana tied around his head with a black tank top and a like an assault weapon. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Oh, dang. His knife wound has reopened. Your wound, it's bleeding. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Either way, you got a problem, sir. I mean, your knife wound has opened or I'm crying blood. Both of them are just about as bad as each other. You could put them on a scale next to each other and say doesn't really matter. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando. You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor. Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? There is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago. That one sounds familiar, but I don't recall what it actually is, casemate. Can you explain the 180-degree rule? I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you. You hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister. You only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria. The next time you met her was 8 months later. She was swapping places with her for quite a while. Okay. Do you mean that they use like the blur cut between the prosecution and the defense? Or do you mean something else? How it's like that they go left to right along a single line really quick. Instead of like arcing in around the courtroom each time. Met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. Wrong button. No way. It can't be true. And during our whole relationship, we were... This also explains how she reacted to Phoenix. The woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. The idea that she's been switching places with her sister for a protracted period lends more credence to the I felt sorry for her, so I helped her with this kind of thing, because she's been doing it for a long time. It wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me, Feeny. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? I mean, the only reason that he got a girlfriend in this scenario, Ella, is that he was a dupe to hold on to murder evidence. And then the person who duped him told her sister, here, take my place because I can't be bothered to be anywhere near this moron. So there might have been sort of like a... What is it called? The hostage slowly comes to sympathize with their captor kind of vibe, where she was doing it out of obligation and came to like him. So it's less that he gained a significant other, as opposed to one was gifted to him. Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. I mean, she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for, I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. Oh, even more so. As she intervened and she chose to switch places. And that's why you came to me. You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. Oh, okay. So, yeah, it's from the perspectives that they're showing them as. It's presented as if it was like a 180 arc. But if that's the case, the attorneys are facing inward, like almost past, like away from where they're looking away from the judge, like at an angle away from the judge. Even where the witness stand is drawn in the full picture, they'd be looking almost past the witness stand. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it had ever happened. It was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you... Don't they normally, like in the outside shot, don't they normally show Phoenix on the left? Like the defense on the left? Because when if they go left and right of the witness stand, he's in the wrong position. Like of the witness stand, he should be on the right. When it's of the judge, he should be on the left. But they always pan left to defense and right to the prosecution, regardless of whether we're looking at the witness or to the judge on the opposite side of the room. Interesting. I hadn't thought about that until you brought it up. If it meant her life or mine. For spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have to say something to you, too. Yeah? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. This is kind of a cute little write-in at the end to be like, oh no, his feelings were genuine. Like, they actually loved each other. It was he wasn't like fully duped, which is cute. I don't know if it's better. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you, though, right now, This one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Oh, he called him Phoenix Wright. He gave him his full name. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. I still think it would be fun to have like a slight zoomed out point of view from where Godot is, so we could see where all of those cups of coffee are coming from. Because something is sliding them into his hand. Even if he has some sort of like very fine string mechanism that pulls them to his hand, they still need to come from somewhere. Charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant. Okay, we're going to be able to see right here. Court is now adjourned. Oh, they didn't show us the confetti. We didn't get a confetti scene. Everything is wrong. That's kind of the other question is, where do they go once he drinks them? So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. I mean, if he can render a coffee cup to shrapnel without fully closing his hand, then I expect he can do the same with his mouth. No amount of ceramic is a match for his teeth. If the game was fully voiced over, every time they pan back to Phoenix, you just hear this steady crunching from the right speaker, you know? I made a short video of one of the cases with Godot, and I went through and I found all the scenes where a cup of coffee slides over to him. Or he throws it at Phoenix. And in that one case, he went through 11 cups of coffee minimum. Like 11 cups of coffee were slid over to him, or he launched. He launched the 11th cup, I believe. Of course, justice was served. Mia. I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. He implies that it's something like he'll solve a case in 17 cups. And on at least one occasion, he has gotten to the point where it's like, this is the 17th cup. We're ending we're going to end this now. So I would assume that 10 to 17 every trial. And since each of the trials is always 2 to 3 days, he's going through at least 5 cups of coffee a day. And he talks about how most of them are like strong black coffee. So the man's heart has got to sound like a hamster's. You put a stethoscope to that guy and it's just got to sound like a slow buzzing, a rapid buzzing sound. Oh, geez. So much coffee. You know, I'd kind of want, on a regular basis, every time you pan over and he summons coffee, that it always looks like a different kind of container. Like, sometimes you have a, like, coffee shop, like, Starbucks-style cup. Sometimes it's a different kind, like a different mug. At least once, you should just see him reach off the screen and bring back one of those, like, beer hats with coffee mugs on it. Sammy is gnawing on my hand right now, so... Man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. It is kind of wrong. It feels like you did save Diego Armando. That's another fun fact of this case, mate. The way that they show it happening, it doesn't seem to be Mia or Pearl. Sometimes they might, but I don't think it's a willing thing that they're doing. I think Mia can choose to possess them at any time. Like, she just hangs around and leaps in and takes over their body whenever she wants. Saved him in the only way possible. You mean with that verdict? Saved him in the only way possible. You mean by getting him convicted of murder? I think one day you'll understand that too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. You would hope that that's how it goes down, Ella. That, like, she can reach out to them and say, would you mind channeling me right now? Because otherwise it lends a very sinister aspect to her, doesn't it? Mia, you've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia, I'm sure we'll meet again, someday, Phoenix. I mean, whether that's because she reaches into his brain and speaks to him, or she possesses one of his friends. Acts like, I'm sure we'll meet again, like every trial? They tend to show it as a positive thing in movies that, like, the person's mentor reaches out to them from beyond the grave to give them some last advice. But it kind of implies that that person's mentor has been, like, spectrally hovering over their shoulder and is finally so sick of their ineptitude that they're like, no, come on, do the right thing. You're screwing this up. I can't rest peacefully if you keep making me sound like a terrible teacher. Very much the Luke, we trained a lot. Why aren't you using the Force? It's like the it's like the ultimate plot crutch. Work with me here, kid. I thought we trained together. I've handled a lot of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick. Maya. Guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this was what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with the gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Ah, Spaceballs. Maya, how can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked and even saw your mother murdered. Whip! Francisca. Still a softie as always, Phoenix, right? Excellent work, Wright. Mr. Edgeworth. When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francisca have actually been helping me. Helping you? These two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial. The defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. That's why the title of this stream was as much a joke on the fact that we all knew Maya was going to be implicated in the murder. The fact that she didn't get formally accused was actually kind of impressive for her. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. I like how they keep calling it a cold, but the way he describes the symptoms, he was near death. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too. Francisca? I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Remarkably sad music for Larry's appearance. Oh, Larry. It's with the, longer than usual face. I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry is never of any use to anyone. Not even once. Has Larry's soul finally been crushed? That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? I don't disagree with him. Why are you asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. One second. Let me think about this a minute, Larry. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh, yeah. These portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Don't drag me into this, Phoenix. Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Yes, indeed. You can certainly say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well, too? Whip? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. The fact that she calls it out that it was done with crayon is amazing. Glare. Pause. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. Pat. Pat. So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book from... Whip. Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good, too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Where could she have gone? Everybody showed up very shortly after Mia stopped being channeled by Pearl, which means Pearl would have had to go into the courtroom or out of the lobby. Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. What I'm saying is, how did they miss her? Hey, Pearly. Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful, despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. I mean, even if he got her to model for a picture, I don't know that he'd come out of it alive. Every time he picked a crayon that was the wrong color, she'd probably rip some skin off of him with that whip. He'd come out with a really, really red-soaked piece of vaguely colored construction paper and only bones remaining. Franziska. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now is exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was somebody that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who is hurt more deeply than Maya. I think I'm starting to understand. Ow. Then tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? I'm gonna guess Pearls, because Pearls was going to be a pawn in trying to kill Maya. Guess. Pearl Fey. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fey clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya was putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. Oh, hey, so this is where you all were. Ah, looks like we've got quite a whip. What was that for? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. Everybody can have as much cup ramen as they want. Yeah, I think Phoenix might get away with the fact that you know, Iris was a past love of Phoenix's, but if there was any indication that he was going to try to contact her again, the phone lines would probably be cut. You know, the cell phone is smashed out of his hand when Pearl accidentally drops something heavy from across the room. My salary's just sorta kinda gone down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Whip. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Oh. The Gumshoe-Francisca relationship. Like that whole plot point where you find out she put a tracking device on him to follow him around. Detective Gumshoe? I think there was a case where the way he responded was kind of positive. It was that, like, I'm not saying I don't like it kind of thing. It's at a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean très bien. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. That is the restaurant from the sort of Yakuza-involved case where the food was apparently terrible. Let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting. You, crybaby, you're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. No, Maya is taking an awfully long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? What do I do? Pearly, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back home, that's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. No one has heard from her. Makes you wonder what will happen to him if he doesn't have his steady supply of coffee, Ella. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe. What is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I will join you guys once we find pearls. Nick. Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're... Whip. Very well, Phoenix Wright. We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, Wright. We won't. It's Francisca's equivalent of holding hands, I think. It's a Von Karma PDA, you know? Some people might hug, you know, put an arm across the shoulders, hold hands, walk really close. She rips strips of flesh off of somebody with a whip. You know, same thing. Same thing. Where would we look? Where could she have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to. She's scrubbing the office bathroom again. Temple main gate. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, this is where the whole incident started. You know, I'm trying to recall if they ever actually say that directly, but they tend to refer to, like, it's the I have such wonders to show you kind of thing. Like, it's always presented as a, this is a glorious gift that we're going to give you sort of thing. What's this? You're all back so soon? Hard to say, Ella. I think Phoenix has been whipped unconscious more often. Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie's here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Pearlie's not here. Ah, Maya, the hanging scroll. It has been degravied. Which is impressive. Those things are usually like fabric. At best. Unless they, like, laminated it somehow, and that would destroy it long term. Mystic Maya. Pearlie. Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Cry. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again, because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone. But how do I say this? I'm still happy. And not dead. Also good. Also good. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. Gasp. Sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't be still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. It's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You really are the daughter of Mystic Misty. Sister Bikini. A lot of exclamatory name callouts here. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me. Until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even in the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. I know like, Phoenix Wright, like, the English name is kind of a joke, in the same way that the Japanese one is as much a joke. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? I mean, like your sister. She's gonna haunt your ass, Maya. Yeah, it's like yes, I see, or something like that. It's a very specific use case, but... The rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's... a photo? Mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives, but what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Mia and Maya reassembling the Mystic Ami vase, so Pearl wasn't the first to break it. We always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando. Still, it feels wrong every time they, like, shorten his name. You know, Mia, Maya, Pearls, Diego, Armando. It really is, casemate. I don't think Apollo Justice is available on PC, and I no longer have the hardware or the game itself, and I would not play it without, you know, that. But I did play Apollo Justice back in the day. Young Mia and Maya look kind of cute. Shall we get going? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember, a day when lots of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we've overcome today. But I still can't... Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. I'm gonna make a brand new start, too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. The next one on the schedule, Ella, at least for the Phoenix Wright days, is going to be the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles games. Be shifting over to those. Finally. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for three when you come back. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. All right. We're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and I probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Oh dear. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course, naturally. Huh? That's a great idea, after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps, too. Well then, here goes nothing. Very cute. Very cute. Really have to work extra hard now. Master of Kurain and the office manager of Wright and Company law offices, and I have to be a good big sister to Pearly and Nick, too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. You have to read these fast because they auto-scroll pretty quickly. Yeah, the little objection at the end was great. It's so true. Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. We went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here, too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Maggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yeah, but somehow you just don't seem the same. Guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. The 10 years younger is a fun comment, because back then he would have been wearing the tan coat. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Kurain exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Oh dear. Desi and I started a company called Mask to Mask Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. Wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. A special thick tea, when I mixed with my own 2 hands. Bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Just old and in the way, a wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me. Talk about embarrassing, 69 years old, and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. Kind of bittersweet ending music. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is... Oh, missed it. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. It was Adam... It would have been Adam Otta. Since all of their names were, I think, palindromes, isn't it? My, more reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Jiggle, jiggle. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Just leapt up and popped him one. I mean, they've repeatedly shown that Pearl resorts to physical violence hardcore when she thinks when she thinks Nick is being, unfaithful to Maya. Boing. Boing. Yes, while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit, and now I've got no one. What kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be? Oh, the flashing lights and switches, I feel like some sort of space alien. What am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts if I bring them over to... The fact that she still has this costume, despite the fact that, I thought Mask to Mask, or, you know, his actual name, has her costume in his room. Finally found something I love to do. Franzi's whippity-whip trip is gonna start. Should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist, a really good portrait artist. Not a loser after all. I mean, if that's supposed to be Larry's artwork, then he has definitely got some potential. Interesting that there actually is a, well, not too surprising that there would be a Godot as an attorney. I mean, it's probably one of those, you know, throw a rock and you'll eventually hit, you know, the same name. You can probably hit just about any name profession combo, but still. Ah, but that was our goal tonight, folks, was to get through the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy, and we did it. Good times, good times. I do like that. I agree. Godot is, I wouldn't say he's you know, better in all ways than all the other prosecutors, but he is a lot of fun. And he has the most interesting kind of, like, story surrounding him. But yeah, next up for Phoenix Wright, we're going to start off the Ace Attorney Chronicles. I don't know if we're going to wait a week before doing it, but at soonest it will be next week. Tomorrow we're going to be continuing our playthrough of Danganronpa 2. We just got our first punishment, and so we're on to the aftermath of that. We'll see how that goes. And then on Sunday, we're going to try Mato Anomalies. Or Mato, I don't know. But we'll see how that one goes. That one is also supposed to be Detective-E-ish. I mean, Winston Payne is just garbage. That's kind of his thing. Manfred von Karma is meant to be a villain. Like, that's his thing. Oh, weird. Does that imply that this individual was like, how can I get better SEO optimization for my legal practice? I know, Phoenix Wright names. That'd be awesome if it was true. Do you mean canonically or in-game, Ella? Because I know in-game there have been a couple that it's implied that he wins. But I thought canonically he lost a lot. Comparatively. Like, it's only the cases against Phoenix that Edgeworth, Francisca, and the others actually lose. All of the other cases, and it's implied that there are many they win. But I thought Winston did have a couple that were... I know Winston has at least one that he actually... he actually wins it. Like... in the Yakuza one... when Tigre is posing as Phoenix, Winston wins. And I wouldn't doubt if there are others, because Winston is meant to be... They present him as generally incompetent, but, like, vicious, you know? But yeah. So I hope everybody had a good time. Thanks everybody for joining us. Had a couple of new faces. It was good to see Danny for a protracted period tonight with his his time off today. Thanks to Samboy for following. Thanks for Foxy joining us. And then Acemate, Ella, Andrew. I don't normally go through all of the names, but there were some new folks. Anybody else? Scroll. Samson joined us for a bit. Misa/Saiti. And Tass way early on. But again, thank you all for joining us. And I hope to see you tomorrow for some Danganronpa. We're probably going to do the same thing where we just play until a good ending. Good ending point. All right, folks. Good night.